All right, good morning. We are back in the ClickRigs design studio on day 14, I believe, of designing ClickRigs kits. So we've pretty much been live streaming this whole process. We're going to be, I don't know, I think I was originally estimating we'd be a little over 40 hours, but we're well beyond that now. I think we'll be right around 60 by the time this hits the store tomorrow. But we are on the home stretch, and so, I just yesterday we put together this rig in one of the two proposed colorways, and honestly, I've got the orange one, so it's kind of between this color, this gray, and kind of like aquamarine blue and yellow green on the suspension bits, and I agree with people. I really like it, but I also really like the orange one, and I am sometimes partial to kind of slightly more garish colors. And so I think we're just going to make this kit available in two colorways, and that will solve that problem. That can definitely get out of hand, but we'll do. I think we'll do this colorway because it's kind of cool. It's subtle, but it grows on you. And the orange, gray, and black, it's just going to be rad. So I've got we've got the parts in the orange and gray, and we're just waiting on that printer over there to finish up its to finish up printing the black TPU bits, and I had to dry the filament, so otherwise I would have had it printing overnight. But so we probably won't get to the assembly of the orange one today, but we're almost there. And so let's see. I'm trying to think. Let's just do a quick recap. What we added yesterday, we went through and we assembled this one and made tiny little detail changes to a lot of the parts, mostly around like missing chamfers, and then I added in some spacers. So we created, it's kind of hard to, we'll hide some of these components here. So we've got this kind of rear axle assembly, and it's got these linkages that come in. So you have your two trailing arms there and there, and then you've got your upper triangle link. And we'll continue on this a little bit here. And you've got these axle trusses, which are essentially the connectors that connect the these links to the axle. And the way these are designed, the thickness of most of the flexible links are 0.8 millimeters thick, and so these trusses or these link pin kind of connectors are designed to accommodate that. So they're actually 0.8 millimeters like taller of a snap than a standard snap dot connector. But these are also designed to be universal, so you can kind of like basically there's another one of these somewhere in here. Yeah, so these two run top and bottom, and they are the same part. And so depending on if you like up at the top, there's only a connection in the middle, but there's not one out on the ends, and then on the bottom there's a connection out on the ends, but not in the middle here. And so it works without it, but what I've done is just create a little 0.8 spacer disc that can go under these in the areas where there's no actual link being connected, just to kind of have this be able to clip on evenly instead of kind of wanting to do a slight bow. It's not necessary, but it's just a little detail, and we'll bring those in here so you can kind of see. So the spacer just sort of fills in that gap, and it's the same thickness as the spacer on the end of the link. And just kind of plug in right there. And so that is something we added yesterday. Another thing we can do is kind of maybe quickly go over we'll do that a little later. And so we've gone in, and then we were also building out just our kit assemblies, and each one of these kind of 3 zones is essentially a different material. So we've got an A color, a B color, and then a flexible color. And I think today really just in the interest of time and getting these things going, we're going to have to start doing the boring work of onboarding all of the new parts. And so this should be everything. I think the other thing, I think I'm going to include in this kit the full trying to think what the best way to do that would be. The full range of ball end links, so that you can tune it kind of right out of the box. I almost think we make a slightly different holder for them, or a way to organize them, because the problem is they're like 1 millimeter difference. Go to the store here, show you kind of what we're talking about. So that's kind of the tuning kit here. I don't think I'll include all the springs, and on it, because honestly these springs are kind of really good with the recurve. But having so basically each one of these strips here is a complete set of one set of all of the sizes of ball and links that we currently have. And this tuning kit includes basically 4 identical sets, so that you can pick 2 for the rear and 2 for the front of any size. And so I think there's probably a subset here. Like my guess is some of these are a little long, so maybe let's go grab the one of the tuning kits, and let's just experiment on this rig we have here, and just kind of see what the size range is, because I think this range might not work on this rig. Like some of these sizes might be too long or too short to be useful on this rig kit. So we'll eliminate the ones that aren't useful, and then we'll include like a subset of these with the kit. And then what I might do is either, what can we do? So this holder is really cool. The problem is you have to essentially sort all of these in. I'm wondering if if we kind of redesign the holder so that they can, a given size can only snap in to a certain spot. Or if we could print these where they all have a slight connector and you kind of twist them out, almost like an old model with the mold runners still attached. I don't know. Let me go grab that real quick. I'm not sure where it is, so I'm gonna jump to the intermission panel just for a brief moment, but I'll be right back. I know it's early to have an intermission, but this is kind of a side track, so I think, but I think it's worth including some tuning bits in with the kit. So we're just gonna do it. I know it adds one more thing, and we're trying to get this in the store by tomorrow, but we're gonna add one more thing and we're gonna make it happen. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, found some. So let's see. Let's see, is it a complete set? Not quite, but. Let's kind of go to the model catalog here real quick. Okay, this goes down to 12. It looks like we've got some 8s, 10s, 12s. I guess is a 28. Yeah, so there's up to, we have a 28, 26, 24, so they're 2 millimeters. Yeah, let's see, what do we put in there? It's pretty much a center distance, so we've got 22s and 16s. So kind of 16s, I believe, in the rear and 22s up front. And if we're looking at it, so the front with 22s is pretty much maxed out. Like, it goes into full droop and it's got full camber. Like, you really we don't want to go any more droop than that. And so I think, and honestly, like a 22 in the rear, I think it's going to be ridiculous as well. Not terrible, but pretty stink buggy. Then I wonder how short in the rear. See what a couple of 12s look like. My guess is we'll be able to go on the shorter side, but anything longer than 22 just isn't going to fit or be much good. It's actually pretty nice. Droops out a little less. Like there's a little more slack on those limit straps. With the 16s in there, it hits and stretches them out hard, but here it gets them pretty much to full droop, but it's just a little bit loose, and that's with the 6s. So I kind of think we do everything. That's with the 12s. So I think if we did basically 10 through a full set of 10 through 22 would be a good approach. So let's do this. I'm just going to create a new studio for this because we're going to make a new part. I'm going to rename it the link kit. Hide these terrible planes. To start, I think let's just bring them in. It's going to be model catalog. Oh, not link. Maybe a ball. There we go. Let's got that one. Actually, you know what? Let's it's probably a little easier as an assembly. Okay, so now we've got, let's update everything. I don't know what's going on here exactly. It's better. Let's just do, looks like the shortest one. So basically we'll have 4 of those sets. I'm just kind of grouping them up. Okay, so we now kind of have a nice pair. They should all be nice and flat. I'm just trying to think what's the best way, and let's just it'd almost be cool to be able to print a rigid little hoop that printed in place so that this whole thing could pop off together like in a like a harp. Let's see, I do want to fix this to this though. Let's just do a so let's see, how do we do that? The radius on that is 1.570. What's that? 3.14 or something like that. So I feel like as long as we don't stick more than one line width through, so let's say 3.14 minus 0.3. And we're going to do the same thing here. I think we can kind of do the same thing here. And let's see, I'm just kind of 5 is actually probably pretty good. So I kind of feel like something like that. So what we're trying to design here is essentially a little print-in-place kit of the various ball end links so that you can tune the ride height, and we'll include this in the kit. But instead of printing them all out individually and then like making a holder where you have to go assemble them and sort them, what I'd like is it just kind of comes pre-installed like this. So we'll see if we can make that happen. Might not work, but it's an idea I think worth the other way. Let's go up to face. I wonder if we I literally think something kind of like that. And kind of want to do a little nub in between, and then the thought too is we could go in and let's try this here. Let's check, see how that works. But so in theory, we should be able to print this in place and then also have it be a, let's, I'm just going to go ahead and add some kind of support ribs. Let's see. It's probably a more fun way to do this here. Just learn how to count. That's cool. I did not know that about the trim tool, so you can drag it as a line. So it's kind of like ball and link jail. Let's go back to 5. Cool. So that's kind of what we're looking at, and the real question will be, is that enough overlap? Does that stick? Yada yada. So, but let's print one. Let's try it. We'll probably have to do a few iterations of that, but while that's printing, we'll get this printing, and then we'll jump into onboarding some of these new parts, and then we'll jump back and forth from the boring stuff like that to getting this thing working. This is kind of our master print one. Let's keep that saved. I'm going to open a new window. Import this. And we've got our presets here, so that's good. Let's slice it, see what happens. So what I'm interested in is what's happening kind of right at this interface. So we kind of start overlapping right around layer 4. Oh, let's just print it and see where we're at. It's not going to take very long. Let's do it. This one, that one's going to be in the accent color. Let's actually do it in the body color, because I think we're running out of room on the accent plate anyway. See how the text prints out. You can also do it on the bottom. That can kind of work okay as well. Cool. Okay, so what I'm going to do I'm going to duplicate this. Call it new components. Basically, I'm just going to go through, and anything that is doesn't have a CR number already, I'm going to keep. Anything that does, I'm going to delete. I think that's the easiest way. So let's just do a filter by CR. And that is, these are all the new parts. So how many of those are there? 74 items, some of which are duplicates though. So now what I want to do okay, so a couple things. These are actually just going to replace the CR38. So maybe we go in and do that now. So I'm just going to export this CR38 snap stud export. And this is going to be into the model catalog. Let's just double check actually real quick here. This is the one we're going to be updating. just going to replace this one. And so that's done. So now we go into here and we click on the import, and we are going to update. From the model catalog. Yes. And that is our new one. And kind of what we changed here, we added this little flare here just so it kind of stays tight once it snaps in, and we changed this chamfer so it's steeper than 45 degrees. And so now wherever we use that, that will get updated. So if we can go back in here, and that actually means those can go away as well. So now what we're doing, we're eliminating essentially duplicate parts. So that one we do not need. That one we do not need. These are duplicates. These are symmetric, so those cannot change. Those are duplicates. So now let's move into here. These are symmetric. Those are duplicates though. These are duplicates. These are. These are. These are symmetric. These are duplicates. So that should be all of the duplicates gone. Let's see, how many parts are we down to now? 34. So 34 new parts, components into the catalog for this rig kit. It's pretty good. We like adding new components that add new functionality to the modular build system. I'm trying to think what the best way to do this is. I can kind of export them all as individual files. I don't know if we can rename them though, like here. Yeah, not really. Let's just take a look. What is our export options here? I'm just kind of curious what that's going to do. Make a new folder. See what happens. Looks like we got some very durable. And very fatigue resistant. Okay, so let's see. I'm almost wondering if I at 153. Okay, so that's not terrible. Let's jump back into here. So what we're doing is we're just kind of reducing the set of all the new components that we have to onboard. So that's pretty ready. We export them all as step files and then bring them back into the model catalog and Onshape so that all the other designs can reference it. So it kind of becomes like a toolkit that you can use. Let's see, we've got about 5 minutes left in the print of our little, where would that be at? kind of our link kit. So once we get this working, that will be a new component as well. What I'll probably do is just treat this entire thing as a single object. That's my guess. But we'll see how it prints. But that'll let us, instead of having this kind of little holder, it should give us a nice little holder that also makes it easier to tell what length it is. Alright, so we are now in our Airtable database, and we're in our components table. Really curious to see how this thing is going to work. Let's go back to our kit assembly. So just want to make sure these are the actual parts that get printed directly for this kit, and then everything else comes in as a sub-assembly. So that's good. Okay, so let's do some housekeeping things. We're going to add a new record. This will be K14. K's are the kit numbers. This is going to be the TV-RD01. K14. Perfect. I'm going to kit line items. Add. So now we can add components here. So I guess what we could do we can add some sub-assemblies. I guess we don't do that, we do that in the box line items. So we can start by adding the things that we know are going to be in here. And these are sub-assemblies that are available, so definitely going to need one of those. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure we're going to need 2 of them. Not going to need axle wedges. We're going to need a 5-pack. I'll add the printer pack. Okay, so to define these, we're going to have to add some components. This one gets an A, B, and a C plate. One 141, 142, 143. Gotcha. We are going to need a build guide, so we'll add that into the components. Okay. I guess we can add colors here. So that. Looks like our thing's done. Let's check this thing out. Alright, so it comes off as a unit. The question is, can we pop these things out or not? Also, how did our, yeah, so our text is non-existent. It's too difficult, but let's yeah. I mean, worst case, we can print these separately, but it would be nice to get this to work. So that's with no clearance. Let's go back in. So we have two things we can kind of adjust here. We've got our go back into here. Maybe edit this in context again. Nope, that's not what we want to do. All right, hold on one second. So where are we at? Let's browser. Okay, so got a couple things we can adjust. We can adjust how much overlap there is here, and then we can also adjust. So let's try this. Let's do more. Let's do 2 layers, just to boom. And then on our Boolean, let's do an offset. Let's do an offset. Oh, offset all. So what does that look like? So now we've kind of got this gap. And let's just see what that slice is like. It's a link, I'll call it the link harp. Nope, downloads. Okay. I think because we just we exported all the new components, but we don't want these as individual files. We want it as one. We back to our slow exports. And I'm gonna. Oh, there we are. You kind of want to take a look here. Oh. So in theory that should work. Maybe they'll be too loose, but you can get them out, but it kind of breaks the ball. It's definitely way too attached. The rest of the size I think is pretty good. My hope is we can get them to just be able to like snap in and out, and then you can use this as a sort of a storage and organizing card. What I'd like to do is also start working kind of on organizations for kind of all your tools and your tuning and your parts as well. Speaking of organization for stuff, I actually did have something kind of wanted to show you guys. So I've got an Airstream trailer. And I've been setting it up as kind of a mobile design and prototyping studio, so I can go hang out in the desert and do race car stuff while continuing to stream and design ClickRigs stuff. And one of the things I wanted, like kind of like I have behind me here on the wall, is basically a kit of catalog parts, so that when I just want to make something or when I want to start designing a new rig, I can play with physical components as well, and just kind of like to get it to a starting point. And so I thought it would be cool. I don't know if this will fit on here. Cool to do it kind of with like an old school tackle box. And so I got this thing. Let's see if we can zoom out here a little bit. Which is pretty rad. It's a Flambeau Outdoors. And it should just open up here. Kind of see it. And so the thought was I could this could be a nice portable kit with all the stuff kind of all set up in like an old school multi-level tray tackle box. But when I got this, I opened it up and there was this really cool feature, and it's something I hadn't seen in a while, but see if we can get it to go. So when you open it up, I don't know if you can see that, but molded into this inner linkage assembly are all these components. And these are little divider trays that kind of slot into here. But instead of breaking them out and including them individually, they include all of the mold runners to keep them in place, just molded right into this component, and they don't even bother separating these out. And then these can just you can trim or just break them off. And yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. Haven't seen that in a while. It's kind of like an old school model kit. I know people do that with 3D printing to kind of simulate that model kit effect. I'm not super into that, just because, again, what's cool about this is it's an artifact of the manufacturing process that also has a secondary useful feature. And so I think that's what makes those cool. I think there's a bunch of other neat stuff you can do with 3D printing, sort of like we're working on now, where you've got print-in-place assemblies that can snap apart, but you're not really including fake mold runners. So whenever, from a design philosophy standpoint, whenever you can, I prefer not to include fake attributes or elements. And I'm obviously, like, as a toy, you're kind of simulating stuff, so in some ways you could say that's fake, but if it's relevant to the context of the thing you're creating, like an off-road race car toy, it makes sense to include, realistic elements. But for something like mold runners and kind of model kit stuff, I prefer to not simulate those. But it is super cool when you find them, and in a modern product, you don't see that very often. So I was kind of super excited about that. So it's almost like a secondary retro touch to the semi-retro tackle box. And this plastic one is, depending on, I guess, the era that you grew up fishing as a child, what makes a retro tackle box might be different. But I'd say compared to a lot of other tool organizers and stuff now, or like the pack-out boxes, this very much still has a retro vibe because of those kind of fold-out multi-tiered trays. Anyway, that was an aside. But yeah, excited about that tackle box, and neat to see the mold runners included as a way of including the dividers. So anyway, let's go back into the browser. So it's like, it's semi-related to what we're working on now, which is a way to kind of include these all as one component. But I wouldn't really count these as a mold runner. It's more of a organizing case, and because the goal is that this will be able to be reused. Although we did lose our chamfer, so let's go back and edit this context. So we'll see how that kind of spacing. Basically, we need to just kind of keep messing around with the spacing. I could probably, if this one isn't super close, if this one doesn't nail it or convince me that we can nail it in the next iteration, I might just do a single link version of this just to be able to print out iterations faster. And again, sometimes to dial in something like this, I would sometimes even make an array of similar components, just where that we take that one variable and we change it slightly, and then print that whole array all at once. But I usually only do that when I know that the parameter I'm changing is going to affect the thing that I want to affect. In this case, this technically would, I guess, be my first like print in place component, multi-part component that's meant to like snap together and print in place as separate pieces. And so I think the variables here that we've got two variables, how much overlap and how much gap between them where it does overlap. Those are the two variables I'm playing with. But I don't know for sure that that is the correct parameter to change the thing that I want to change, which is like how consistently and cleanly do these snap in and out, and how reusable is it. So I changed this one. The first one I just made a best guess, and it didn't work. And then this one I changed it what I think is a relatively dramatic amount, just so I can see the effect. Because that's the first thing I'm trying to do, kind of with some of these optimization things, especially where it's like a tactile kind of fit. You can't really just like, you can't look it up in the machinery handbook and it'll give you the exact tolerance, or it's a new process or something that's kind of tactile. The first thing I try to do is figure out, okay, what parameters matter. And then once I know what parameters matter, then I can go in and essentially fine-tune them by doing iterations. And a lot of times that's where that array concept comes in handy and can save you a ton of time. It's rather than just like, oh, try this, try this, try this. You just say, well, let's just let's make an array of 10 of them between the two extremes that we think will work with, whatever resolution of variation you want. And then you can just kind of in one fell swoop print them all out, and then you've got them all to compare against each other, especially if it's a fit and feel tactile thing. You've got them, you can just compare them back to back and really find like the perfect one, and it saves you a ton of back and forth time because you're not slicing a bunch of different files, you're not waiting for the printer spool up time for each one. But that only makes sense to do it if you know that parameter that you're changing with each iteration of the array is actually going to be affecting the thing you want to affect. And in this case, I don't know that yet. So I'm hoping this print just nails it and it's perfect. But if that's probably not going to happen. And so what I am really hoping will happen, and the goal with this print was to just see, okay, are those two parameters actually affecting the thing that I want to affect, which is how does this feel to snap in and out? And when it does snap in and out, how cleanly does it release the ball? Because I don't want a little sharp nub on that ball when it pops out. So that's a little bit of design info. And honestly, if this one seems like it nails it, I will probably still do an array of at least a few on either side of what's working, just to see if I can get an easy improvement or not. It costs almost nothing to do that, and the final outcome can be much better. As satisfying as it is sometimes to feel like you've nailed it on the first try, I think you just enjoy that feeling for the moment, and then jump in to say, well, I bet you we can make this a little bit better. So that's generally my approach to those kinds of things. Okay, so I'm also not entirely sure I want these. I think I'm going to actually just delete these for now. We've got them in this one, but in some ways we might want them, but we'll see how easily these pop in and out. It's hit or miss. I go back and forth. If we do want them, I think I'll make this whole thing a little bit longer, increase the spacing. Oh, that's not what we wanted. That is, though. This definitely did not work. But I'm kind of excited about this concept. I'll definitely probably want to guide the chamfer in and out there. Got about 6 minutes left on that. I was trying to think if there are any other interesting ways. The flies are coming in. It's their last hurrah before winter. Okay. I'm curious. Let's just do some research. What do they say? Like, research is ADHD or autistic people's way of wasting time. Something like that. I read that somewhere. I didn't make that up. It's not necessarily my view, but it kind of tracks. I feel that in my soul, were I to have one. Let's see. Let's see what the AI says. It's always fun. Definitely do not trust everything you read in these. I know it's super convenient, and I'm sure we'll be fighting an uphill stream. But at least for some things where I know a lot about the subject, I can't think of any the specific examples offhand, but it happens somewhat frequently where this will just be wrong, and you can totally see why it got the opinion that it has, which makes it, I think, even more I don't even know what the word I'm looking for is, insidious, because it seems plausible and it seems right, and it sort of fits with some of the misinformed opinions that some people will have. So if you don't know anything, you can say, oh yeah, that seems right. Oh, it checks out, kind of fits with this other stuff. But it's very clearly wrong. So I always like to read these, in part just to kind of like see like, how right or how wrong are you? But sometimes it's right, so it's always a good starting point. Just take it with a grain of salt, please. Let's see. So what does it say? I'm just kind of, I don't do a lot of printing of text, and it would be easier. I wonder if we could go taller and do it on the vertical edge. It seems counterintuitive, but a lot of times that does work better for like little details. Yeah, that's just generic BS. Let's see. Let's see what the good old Prusa forum has to say. I just published this entry where I compare. This might be useful. Gotta love humans. Humans are still rocking it. We appreciate you, humans. I just published this entry where I compare many of the fonts suggested in this forum and others. All the best fonts I found were actually available with the open font license, so that's an unexpected bonus. In the end, I created a tier list and swatches for each font. Kind of like Orbitron. That's kind of cool. Fortin Mike says most of the boring fonts you may think of, Arial, Arial, Verdana, Impact, etc., were designed for 1990s LCD displays, not 3D printing. Well, I mean, that checks out. Also, go 1990s LCD displays. It's kind of like, it's almost like the worst of all worlds, if not the cool segmented display from the 80s in red and green. It's just kind of like low contrast and low resolution. Anyway. Just kind of curious if okay, this is kind of some font stuff, but generally, yeah. I mean, it's if you keep to something that's essentially has consistent line widths and isn't filled with tons of serifs or fancy embellishments, you should be pretty good. But we're kind of really interested. Yeah, let's see. We're almost done here. this thing's almost done. Well, let's see, back to this here. It's basically just, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Kind of, you know, any of the parts that are smaller than your nozzle size don't get printed. Obvious, checks out. I didn't even look to see what we designed that at. It would be interesting if Bamboo or any of the slicers had a, kind of curious, line width. It'd be cool if you could select line widths for like a specific layer. You've got kind of these options here, like default, initial, outer wall, inner wall, top surface. It'd be cool if there was like a text or like a detail line width that you could specify certain faces or something as a like a textured detail and have a very specific line width for that. Anyway, let's see. We got this part here. Round 2 of the ball and link harp. Always jumping the gun. I want one of those like granite cold plates that they use at like Cold Stone Creamery, so I can just like next to the printer, I can just set the build plates on. It's probably terrible for them from a thermal cycling standpoint, but okay. So this is the second round. Oh, so that popped out really nicely. The question is, does it pop back in? No. What if it's... well, on the small end. Okay, so I think we got two things going on here. See, and this is why we haven't done an array yet, because we don't understand the problem. So we don't know exactly what to optimize. Pop out on these is nice. Probably a smidge too loose, but that parameter. Is having the effect that we want. I think we need more overlap though. I almost feel like if we increase the height of this whole part and the overlap, but keep the gap the same, just so there's a little bit more retention and snap effect. And then the other thing that I'm noticing that I don't like is because we have this angled surface at the top, and I just kind of took the lazy way out and let the top ball just kind of protrude on that. It actually wants to push it sideways when you do try to snap it back in or get it back in. I think that actually needs to be stair-stepped so that top and bottom, the two retaining features, are parallel and not one of them angled with respect to the other. So we're going to have to make it a little bit more complex, but let's jump in and do that. I almost is this, what's this diameter? 0.95. So if we just make this the same diameter there, we don't really want to, I don't think we want to go any further in, because then we're going to hit this flat section, which will sort of lock the part in, and I like being able to use that ball to sort of ramp it up. But now what I want to do is essentially kind of feel like at this point we just need to start a little bit over here. Let's do this offset at the end. Just going to try to build this so it updates properly when we change the spacing in the assembly. And it would be cool to have this be not quite a generator, but like something that's easy to work with, so we could reuse this, because I think there'll be a lot of circumstances where we are including like a link kit like this, but with a different set of links. So it'd be kind of cool to be able to build that out easily from an assembly and just kind of have it generate. But I think we're on the right track. So let me first I don't think I can just do this as a pattern. So for now, well, so now I've got this, and so if I make this and this equal, pretty sure I cannot delete that. Oh, I guess I can. And so 1.9, if we make that 3. See, that's what I thought. could be some interesting ways of doing this. We could almost do this. Yeah, you could almost define all of this parametrically, and then you could almost just type in an array and have it generate. But we'll deal with that later. Let's just get it working for now. Let's leave that there. I just kind of want to, I think I want some more spacing here. So that's fine. I'm just going to double the 10. Eight's probably good. Interesting. I'm really curious here. Got some weird context anomaly. So you know what, we're gonna have to make a new that's annoying. Okay. I'm just going to delete this one. Actually, update context. Dios mío, it's flies. Okay, excellent. Okay, so got a spacing of 8. What I'm thinking, let me just kind of do that. Say 4. Let's almost say 5. 6. Or what if we just go full on 8 and then they'll meet? And then, so let's see, let's just. It's probably really dumb, but I want to try it. So I just want to try these. And here's what I want to do. Look at that. It's kind of interesting. It's not the most efficient way to do it, but I just kind of wanted to see if that concept worked. So kind of basically you're just defining the slope and we're spacing of the pattern is that way. Hey buddy. Is that vertical? Cool. So that kind of defines a lot of the pockets. So what happens? Make that 6. That's what I thought. You know, you don't always get it right. Let's I'll let my dog out real quick, and then I'm gonna jump back in. I think I'm just gonna restart this, but I've got an idea. So hold on. All right, we're back. Okay, let's see. Let's just do Could have just done this as a pattern, but okay, so we got that. Now I almost kind of feel like just do it something sort of like that. And then just kind of want to soften these edges up a little bit. Trying to think. Figure out text, but we could also let's go back into the sketch. Let's make this one 10. Gives us a little more room for the text, but could do something else with this this space. But for now, let's just get this working. what's interesting is it does not doesn't actually let me pick this point. Ah, yeah, it does. That's weird. So, whatever, can I dimension that? No. Actually, let's do this. If we make that 6, that's what our width is. So we know we can fit that. I'm curious. So in theory, we should be able to do that, although are we on the right? All right, we're going to ten, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22. Is that a curiosity? Interesting. I was hoping it would show me. I'm curious what the fonts look like. Because what I want is the fattest one. So let's see, is there anything? I mean, that is pretty freaking cool. What if we do this? I'm gonna make this 6. And make that horizontal. Okay, let's just try it for now. Let's remove. And we're going to kind of do chamfer. Oh, that's why. Use our little trick. I think we can just select this face and move it. That'll give us a nice sharp. Actually, I wonder if we go. Cool. Let's see what that looks like. Let's see what else we got. So it's going to print on this face. I'm just kind of looking at it. I actually think we can kind of go in a little bit more. So we should be able to edit this. What does that end up looking like? Might be too tight, but let's just see. That's weird. I see what's going on. Maybe. Basically, I'm just adding a little shelf here. So what we're trying to do is make a print-in-place little link organizer so that we can include a number of links for tuning this kit with the new trophy truck kit, and then also provide kind of a little storage card for that. I'll put all the lengths in. Those are 22 millimeter. So we go 22 to 10 in increments of 2 millimeters, and each kit then will come with essentially 4 of these, so that you can put any combination of links on the 2 front and 2 rear. Change the ride height, and so just trying to dial in kind of what I'm hoping for is they can print in place and come off the build plate for production cleanly, and then when you get them you can snap them out, but then also use this to snap them back in as a storage device. We kind of got a couple of prototypes here. First one, they don't snap out easy enough. This one, they snap out easily, but it doesn't really snap back in. So it kind of does, but they're not very well constrained. So hopefully this one will make it a little easier. That's kind of what we're working on right now. Just sort of looking at how much overlap we have. We might go in and adjust that. just working on this little snap-in link adjuster card here. Let's just go to the assembly. Let's see where we're at. We'll print it here. There we got our export. If that's still too loose, we'll tighten that gap up a little bit. Yeah, I might even do that now. All right, let's see. Windows. jump into the slicer. So we just kind of leapfrog up the layers here. Just make sure we basically have that gap. I think we're good. Let's print it. And then if we can get that to work, I think what I would like to do is kind of figure out some other, we'll have our text. Can we do anything else here? I'm even curious, we could add like some snap dots or something. At some point it'd be cool to kind of make like a click together sort of toolkit for a lot of this stuff. Okay, so got that printing. If this text works out, like I said, I'll add the measurements in for all of them. And let's see. We were kind of going through Airtable here. I'm going to be adding a bunch of components. Got our kit. This will be K14, the TBRG01. Should be K1. Oh, cool. Get that printing. Be right back. back. So we've got our Airtable here. This is how we organize all the parts, because you know, there are a few hundred parts in the system already. There will be very soon, and so keeping track of all the parts will be essential. And one of the things that we really want to maintain is that if you buy one of these kits and you play with it and you lose or you break a part, you can go to the website and you can order just a replacement part, so the whole kit doesn't have to be scrapped. Or if you want to build, like you've got an idea in your head and you just want some components, and so keeping all of the components very organized, especially as these grow into the thousands and thousands of parts, will be pretty critical. So we kind of have been organizing everything right now with Airtable. Who knows where it will go, but so in our box, we have our box 6. Printer pack, we got a wheel set and some snap dots. My guess is yeah, we'll need 200 or 300 packs of the snap dots. And then let's see, in the kits, so we could start by, let's see, should be all of the components in the kit. Let's filter by CR. And can we just hide other instances? That's fascinating. Okay, so a couple things to note here. In this new component list, we actually need this one. Let's switch to this real quick. Rename it. It had a CR in there because we based it on something else, so that's good to note. And so let's see. I'm actually going to start this whole process over. So what we're doing, let's just show everything here. So these are all the parts in our new kit. Some of them are model catalog parts, some of them are not. So just going to duplicate this whole assembly, and then we're going to go in and strip out some of these parts. The way we're going to do that is we're going to search for anything that's already got a CR part number, but then we have to make sure that it's not something like this cab. Or these, because these are new, we just paste them on and so I think that's not what I want to do. Interesting, it hides that. New parts. And so kind of anything that I know is a new part, I'm just going down all the things that have part numbers. So that one's new because we made it a double. And then the cab I already renamed. It's kind of boring. It's just a little bit of housekeeping, essentially, getting this kit ready for sale in the store and for production. We've got, looks like another 20 minutes before we get that print in place, snap in, ball end link sort of array, a tuning kit basically for adjusting the ride height in this new kit. But we'll see how that goes. So far I've got these three components, which were based off old model catalog parts, but then were changed, so they're going to need new part numbers. Excellent. So I don't think any other bit, chassis 3x3, 3x3, 1x3, these are all cool. So I'll show go by CR again. I'll show that plate, but I want to hide So all of these parts that we can see now should be new components. I'm just moving them into a hidden folder. And then these components are not new. These are now so if we show all the new parts, that's what we've got right there. So these are all the parts we need to onboard. Let's go back and get a count. 60, okay. And then again, kind of like we did a little earlier, but I missed some parts. We're going to go in and we're going to get rid of duplicates. And actually that one is not a new part now. These are duplicates. These are not symmetric. These are not. That's a duplicate. That's a duplicate. Those are not symmetric. That's a duplicate. Those are duplicates. Okay, so that should be all the new individual components. 40. And so basically what we do is we export all these out as step files, we move them into the model repository as individual parts, assign part numbers and whatnot in Airtable, and then we also move them into the Onshape model catalog so that we can reference the catalog parts and new designs. So there are a number of steps, but you can kind of see all these. This is the model catalog, so these are all the parts that exist in the ClickRigs system. Just it's going to be growing quite rapidly, and so when you start a new design, you can kind of just start pulling from these parts and reuse the ones that are relevant, and then design new parts, and then do what we're doing now, which is then onboard all those new parts into the system, and then essentially we'll rebuild the render and the kit assemblies using part numbered parts referenced to the model catalog. That way everything's nice and organized. And then this studio that we have been building this new model in, which is super unorganized and kind of ugly, and there's a lot of stuff, and the names don't make any sense. Like it's hard to work in, and so this does not serve as a good reference for production or new kits down the line. And so in theory, we could, once this is done, we could delete this entire part studio. I usually keep them because sometimes I want access to the tree for a certain part that I'm going to like change, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've got a part that's similar, and so I tend to hey Roger, I do need a dog cam. And so yeah, this is the boring day. We're kind of, we are working on a neat little print in place kind of ball and link organizer that gives you a whole tuning kit. But we got another 15 minutes probably to test out. We're dialing in the snap fits for that. And so while that's happening, trying to get this kit into the store by tomorrow. So we got 40 parts to onboard, which is not the funnest part of the job, but it's okay. And then so I think we can actually just delete those parts. Make sure I didn't inadvertently select something. Still have 40 items. And so now what I can do is I can just select all of these. And I can export this as a zip file that will have a folder with each one of these components output as a step file. And then essentially what I can do is assign them part numbers, rename those step files, and get them into the Airtable here. So the workflow is kind of, you add all the individual components here, then you go into the kits. We made a new kit, and then you kit line items, and then K14 is the new kit. And so we basically need to go through and add every component from the components table into that kit. And then I don't really have any new sub-assemblies for this. And then here we define, we've got a new box, and so what goes in the box. Should probably rename this to the printer packs because that's actually what this defines. But maybe later. Let's jump back into here and just kind of double check. And what I can do. Guess we can just kind of work down the list maybe. So 1x4 skid plate. That's this component. And that gets no snap dot, so essentially you can go to components. That will assign a part number automatically, so CR156, and this is where we assign it its official name. And This is actually a stand compatible skid plate. It's got holes in the bottom of it for the new stand. And then we've got things like material. The important bits are the snap dot and snap stud quantity, because that will give us a total count for how many snap dot packs. And in this case, it's 0. And then so CR156, and then I'm just gonna, you can't see this, but I'm gonna go in and rename the step file CR156. And then we'll move on to the next one. So the next one is the 2-pin link cap. And that is right there. That's that little fella. That also gets 0 snap dots. That's CR157. The next one is a 70mm trailing arm stiffener. It's going to be a CR158. That's that guy. Okay, so right now I'm not going to go through and do all 40 parts right now. I just kind of, I've done this multiple ways, so just trying to experiment with different workflows. And I like the idea of exporting. Last time I did this all, I exported them individually. This time I just exported them all as a giant group that comes in with their with no part number names, but the name of the file is the same as is over here. And so I'm just kind of assigning a part number and then moving those in. And I think I'll probably do a few and then jump over and just test the whole process. And then if that works, I think this is a better workflow than what I did last time. I'm sure there's a way to automate this at some point. Maybe we'll do that. For now, let's jump back into this thing. So this is what we're working on right now. I don't know, we'll see. I'm about 3 minutes away. The thing is stout. I could remove there's got to be something interesting we can do with this space. We'll see. We'll throw a ClickRigs logo in it or something. Yeah. Fix that in place. I'm trying to think of anything else that we need to include. The stand will be kind of a separate thing. It'll get thrown in as a subassembly. So I'll work out the stand once we get the rest of the thing onboarded. I also kind of wonder what the best way to do. Like we could duplicate this whole thing, and then I could just. I wonder how does this work? Can I? Let's just try it. Let's do. Create a new document. It's going to be the K14. Let's start including the names. Oh, sweet. I got that back. So I'm curious what happens if we copy that. Can we paste it into here, and what happens? Will it include everything that's relevant? Probably. Let's jump to the overhead here real quick. See if this thing is still hot. So yeah, I'm curious. Let's I don't think that. Oh, there it is. Well, it comes off as a unit. I'm not convinced these are going to pop out though, but we'll see. Nope. Much too tight. Close though. It's interesting is that bottom side is and our text was not happy. The storage part's not so bad. I think we just need to adjust our gap. So what we're going to do, we're going to now kind of know where we're at. I'm going to edit this in context. So I think that's fine. I think we're going to go back to point 2, which seemed to be pretty good. I'm kind of curious as if you can use the slicer to just kind of cut out a section. I think you can, but that way we don't have to print the whole thing. We can just print part of it. It's interesting to me that it did not like that though. Anyway, let's flies are killing me here. Oh, God. I know what's going on. It the export stuff stays. Checked. So we had to get all those new components out. I had set it to download as individual files, and we actually don't want that for this. So. But now it's giving me a there we are. Thank you. Okay. So we're kind of interested in here is this gap. I think that's actually going to work quite well. Take a look at this thing again, more detail. That's the unhappy result of our letters, but I think that might have just been a build plate issue. What I might need to do is add, so like right on this side, because we have an overhang over the top. Yeah, especially on that flat side. You can kind of see it like right here where it comes in and there's an overhang. So let's just see what that looks like. I think it's going to be good. So let's go back to prepare though. What I want, can we cut this up? Is there like a way to cut? Yeah, let's just do this in the browser. It's easier. for you. Let's just do this thing. All right, we're getting closer. Oh, that's kind of interesting. We're just going to stop that because we have a bigger issue going on here. That makes a little more sense. Okay. I can speed this up this way. I'm going to get rid of that for now. See how that does. I feel like we're so close. Worst case, we could print these out individually, and then you can just, it's just like an organizer. You can go ahead and throw them in. But if we can get them to print in place, that's reliably, that'd be nice. Okay, let's just jump back into CR158. $70mm trailing arm. It's going to be CR159. This one's going to be the TB RD01 front A-arm assembly. CR160. Let's see, we missed the some of these axle clips. That's okay. There are 3. Just gonna move those to the trash. That's going to be the double spare tire peg. CR162. Okay, so let's see. Polymer chassis side pod. And let's see, which one is that? That's a good question. It's the second one on the list. It's going to be the driver's side. CR163. And let's see, this one does get some snap dots, so let's go take a look here. That gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Eight, 14 snap dots. And 0 snap studs. So this one this passenger, it also gets 14 and 0. Okay, so here's where this workflow has some issues. I guess I probably should have given them a name here. Let's see. Check this real quick. Had a bad little print there. There's a chance. Printing it on what is hopefully a cleaner build plate. We'll see. I think that's the filament dryer saying it's done drying. Okay, so let's go back to the browser. The issue we're having. Well, all right, I'm going to figure this out. We're out of time, but maybe tomorrow we will have a functioning ball and link snap-in organizer, and we'll probably have this whole kit in the catalog as well. So anyway, thanks for watching. Talk to you tomorrow.